welcome to Toronto Maple Leafs Baseball on YouTube, brought to you by MNP. I'm Thomas West alongside Zach Benoit, and we have an interesting game on our hands here this afternoon. The Toronto Maple Leafs are in a position that they didn't expect they would be at the beginning of the year, and that's in last place in the Intercounty Baseball League. But taking a look at the standings right now in the IBL, and this is a big game because this is the game for the final playoff spot. These two teams play each other 4 more times in the IBL regular season, including today. So the Maple Leafs obviously want to come away with the win. So do the Brantford Red Sox to try and fend them off.
Yeah, and this is a massive game to start things off between these two. Like you mentioned, this is the first of 4 between them. And Brantford, only a game and a half up on the Leafs, like you said, for that final playoff spot. So the implications for this game, bigger than ever.
So for the Toronto Maple Leafs, you can't help but look at what's coming up. This was a team that over the beginning of the season had played the most games in the Intercounty Baseball League. Well, there's one team that's now played 26 games. That's the same as the Toronto Maple Leafs. That's the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers. So you can't help but look at what's the strength of schedule coming up for the Maple Leafs now that they've finally kind of evened things out in the games played situation. And it's pretty good for Toronto. They have a lot of games at home, 9 at home, 7 on the road. They don't have very many games against teams that are above 500. Right now, that's the Welland Jackfish, the London Majors, the Barrie Bay Cats, and the Guelph Royals. They only have 6 games against all of those teams coming up, and then 4 of them are against Brantford, which is the only team, well, the closest team to the Maple Leafs right now. And then they got 3 games against Chatham-Kent, which, as many know, for Chatham-Kent, traveling all the way from Chatham-Kent is nearly 300 kilometers to come here to Toronto. So that's obviously a good matchup for the Maple Leafs as well. You know, this is a real opportunity for the Maple Leafs to try and get into that playoff spot, but it all starts with the win here against Brantford.
For sure, and I think the win here against Brantford would be the biggest, but again, when you look at the standings of just how close these bottom couple teams are for the playoff implications and who you're going to play, I think the biggest thing the Leafs have right now is they don't want to finish 8th, because 8th means you're facing Welland in that first round at home. So things get very, very difficult for them. And when you look at the side and what they have remaining left in the schedule, they have a great opportunity to kind of bump possibly into 7th, maybe even 6th place in the standings.
So we're looking at 2 teams that are on 5-game losing streaks. One of them is going to have to break that losing streak here today, weather permitting, of course. It is quite cloudy here at the pits right now. But this 5-game losing streak isn't any 5-game losing streak for the Brantford Red Sox. They have played a lot of games that have been really close, and they've had some heartbreaking losses. On July 5th, a 3-2 loss against London, an 8-7 loss against the Welland Jackfish, and then after that, the next week, a 7-6 loss against the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers. Yes, a 5-game losing streak, but this is a Brantford Red Sox team that's been scoring a lot of runs, and they've pitched pretty well, just not quite enough by 1 run.
Yeah, I mean, Brantford, this is a team that has completely revamped and changed who they are and what they've been able to do this season. I mean, you looked at the team, even as far as 2 years ago. I believe this team, it was 2 wins in the regular season. Now they've kind of just revamped themselves. They're playing a lot better baseball, and, you know, things are looking up over there in Brantford. But this is going to be a good test for the Leafs to see if they can bounce back and, again, get on the right side of this little slump that they've been on.
So for the Toronto Maple Leafs today, a guy who we haven't seen start many games, especially in 2024, that's Julian Valdez. Now, this is a guy who we assume is not going to throw a ton of innings for the Maple Leafs today. We think that Sam Green is going to be the one that's going to take the bulk of this game on the mound for the Maple Leafs. So this might be an opening situation for Julian Valdez, but obviously we don't know for sure. With weather looming on the horizon, that also may have factored into the decision to start Valdez instead of Sam Green. But this is a really good opportunity for Julian Valdez to probably go a couple of innings. We know that he's been a lot better when the deeper into games that he's got. And if he can go 2 or 3 innings for the Maple Leafs today and shut down Brantford, it's going to give Toronto a really good chance.
And I think it also helps because if you can have him, like you said, go 2, maybe 3 innings, and you bring in a guy like Sam Green who's been able to consistently give you 4 to 5 innings, you're able to bridge that gap pretty efficiently to Dustin Richardson, barring if you are leading in the late innings.
Richardson hasn't given up an earned run for the Maple Leafs this season, but I've talked to many players. They want to take it 1 game at a time. Here's a bouncing ball up the middle for a base hit. Brantford Red Sox have some action early on. Marcos Castillo hits that one up the middle for a single.
And you know, everybody understands how dominant Dustin Richardson has been this year, because there's an interview yesterday in Guelph. The head coach for Guelph was saying we don't want to get to DR. We want to have the lead so we don't have to see DR because we know how efficiently he has been pitching.
So one pitch thrown by Julian Valdez, a runner on here, and squaring to bunt. That's Kieran Bowles, and they're going to say that he fouled that one off, I believe. Or, no, he just swung at it. He just swung at it. So the runner's going to move to second base. That's Castillo.
I think it was to see if they pulled the bat back. And the first base umpire did say he did.
So runner on second base, Kieran Bowles, job done as he was squaring around to bunt, trying to move the runner up. Now he'll probably swing away and try and drive him in. Now time called by Lachlan Maud, and I think he's not quite on the same page here with Julian Valdez. Might be an issue with the signs. I was just watching Lachlan Maud in the pregame, and he wasn't throwing with Julian Valdez. Angel Castro was the one throwing with Valdez, so I'm not sure that, I mean, I'm sure that they went over this stuff in the locker room, but since the warm-up started, Julian Valdez wasn't throwing to Lachlan Maud. It was Sam Green, which is why we assume that Sam Green's going to take the bulk of this game. Looks like they've got things sorted out, and the pitch fouled off by Bowles.
Yeah, it was a very late decision that we were informed of, that Valdez would be the one starting this game. Sam Green, he was getting his reps in down the bullpen, but like you mentioned, the weather looming, we are expecting some rainfall, and if it's going to be a lengthy wait, well, you want to save Sam Green and keep him as loose as possible.
Here's the 0-2. And it's in the dirt, gets between the legs of Maud, and that's going to allow Castillo to advance all the way to third base. So now the Brantford Red Sox really threatening here in the first inning. And there's a very good chance as well that we get some rain in this game. So whether that be a rain delay or whether that be whoever's leading after 5 innings wins the ball game, we're not sure, but needless to say, early runs could be a factor in this one. Valdez would love a strikeout right here. The 1-2. And it's popped up. This could work too. The wind's blowing it towards foul territory, and just in front of the fence, it's Jordan Castaldo, the first baseman, who makes the catch. And there's one away, and Julian Valdez gets one step closer to getting out of this first inning jam.
Yeah, it's a big out number 1 right there for Valdez. Like I mentioned, that runner on third can't advance because of where that ball was popped up to, and now you're 1 strikeout away from just getting a ground ball anywhere and getting out of the inning.
Julian Valdez has John Salazzo at third base, Jose Vinicio at shortstop, Dan Mara at second, and Jordan Castaldo at first. Here's the first pitch to Gus Wilson. He hits it hard on the ground past a diving Jose Vinicio. That's going to drive in the first run of the ball game. It's Gus Wilson with the RBI single, and it's 1-0 Brantford.
That's the second batter so far today that we've seen just jump on that first pitch fastball. We saw Castillo do it to start off this ball game, and Gus Wilson wastes no time right there on that first pitch.
Gus Wilson has been hitting the ball much better in the last 10 games or so after he got off to a slow start to the season. Gus Wilson was a .352 hitter last year, hitting just .286 this season, but a lot of those hits have come in the last couple of games. Had a couple last time out against the London Majors. So this is Nick Burdett, who's hitting in the cleanup spot today. Another guy who's been hitting the ball a lot better for Brantford lately. Here's the 0-1. Runner goes. Maud's throw down to second base is on the money, but not in time.
Didn't look like a very comfortable throw for Maud. When he came up, it kind of seemed like he didn't have a grip on the ball, and it was kind of like a changeup going down there.
Gus Wilson also got a pretty good jump there at first base.
This is a Brantford Red Sox team that has stolen 30 bags so far this year, so a team that is clearly not afraid to run.
Nick Burdett drove in 4 runs for the Brantford Red Sox a couple games ago against Chatham. Here's the 1-1. Burdett swings and misses. 2 strikes on him.
And you mentioned Burdett slowly starting to turn things around in his season. He's one of very few guys that has appeared in almost every single game. He's appeared in 24 out of 25.
Yeah, almost every single game for the last 3 years for the Brantford Red Sox. The 1-2. Burdett swings and misses at an off-speed pitch from Valdez. Strike 3.
That was a great pitch for Valdez on the other half, just to kind of get Burdett reaching. It looked like a changeup, and then it kind of just broke down in a way. Perfectly executed pitch.
That brings up Jeremy Vieux, hitting .281 on the season. Riding an 8-game hit streak for Brantford. Gus Wilson, the runner out there at second base. Vieux trying to drive him in. He has 14 RBIs this season, and time was called at home plate, I believe, by the batter Vieux.
Vieux has been sensational so far. When you can get this kind of level production that he's done from your catcher, it's massive. A .281 batting average, 25 hits, 2 home runs, and 5 doubles.
He takes a strike, and it's 0-1. We mentioned that the Toronto Maple Leafs might see the Brantford Red Sox as a chance to get back in the win column, with them being in 8th place in the Intercounty Baseball League, but Brantford Red Sox are probably looking at the Maple Leafs and seeing the same thing as Jeremy Vieux takes in the dirt. Both of these teams have lost 5 games in a row, but for the Brantford Red Sox, a lot of those 5 games have been very close. Here's the 1-2. And it's fouled off at home plate. Sorry, excuse me, that was a 1-1 pitch. Now 1-2. Julian Valdez comes into this outing with an ERA of 5.71 this season. He's pitched 17 innings for the Maple Leafs, and this is the first time that he's starting a game. The 1-2. Fouled off again.
You putting up a fantastic at-bat right now. I mean, staying alive here, and again, like we mentioned, the rain is looming in. The radar is not looking lovely, partner.
No, did I just hear a bit of thunder there as well?
It looks like it's about to come down here momentarily.
The 1-2 to Jeremy Vieux. And that one misses down and in. Julian Valdez last pitched against the Barrie Bay Cats, went 2 innings, gave up an earned run and 3 hits, but that was back on July 4th, so he's had 10 days in between appearances, and that was also a bit of a heartbreaking loss on the Maple Leaf side of things, as they lost it 2-1 in Barrie in a tightly contested match. This one's fouled off again.
How about this at-bat so far? I mean, Valdez, he is pumping everything in there. He's throwing everything minus the kitchen sink, and Vieux is just staying alive, fouling off tough pitches, and he's not chasing anything outside of the zone.
This is the only extended at-bat the Brantford Red Sox have had so far. Julian Valdez is still just at 16 pitches. for 17 on the way, and a long look into Lachlan Mott. Jeremy Vieux is going to stay in the box. Here's the 2-2. And it's fouled off again, this time a little bit closer as it trickles down the third baseline. A strong, ominous breeze starting to blow in from center field. Now the 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Julian Valdez got him with the high fastball, but it's the Brantford Red Sox who lead 1-0 over the Toronto Maple Leafs after an RBI single by Gus Wilson in the first.
Going to be Jose Vinicio leading things off, followed by Connor Lewis, and then Jordan Castaldo in the 3 spot. And this is the first time in a while that we've seen Jose Vinicio in that leadoff spot. You know, we've been so used to seeing him for the last month and a half. Jordan Castaldo there to lead things off. Vinicio squares around for strike 1.
It's also the first time in a while we've seen Connor Lewis in the 2-hole. Usually it's been Vinicio or Castaldo there, like you mentioned, but Lewis swinging a hot bat as of late, getting some more at-bats at the top of the lineup.
And quickly behind your 0-2 is Vinicio to Jeremiah Sucre. The starting pitcher today for the side of the Red Sox. One and two.
I'm not sure we're going to make it out of the first inning.
It's starting to get windy. The rain is hitting us right now in front. So, again, if all things go down, we'll have to shut down the broadcast very, very quickly. Fouled off down the right field line there, and here comes the rain. Ground ball hit, up the middle, diving grab, but can't hold on to it. So Jose Vinicio will reach first with a leadoff single. again, to go to your point, Gus, about all the lineup changes here right now, really, you look at the lineup, it's anybody who's swinging a hot bat, you're going to be at the top of the order just to get reps, get on base. You know, we've seen guys like Jordan Castaldo, he have his lengthy on-base streak. He's staying up there. Connor Lewis, like you said, has been heating up. Jose Vinicio, as of late, is swinging a little bit of a hotter bat, so the guy you get on base and a lot of speed. And then, obviously, your typical power man in John Salazzo, who's leading the way with 9 home runs. Remember at the start of the year, it looked like Salazzo, the power numbers were going to go down, but no, they have picked right back up. High and outside here quickly. 2-0. Swings down to left field and down for a base hit. Lewis is rounding first. He's on his way to second. Vinicio, he's getting held up at third. He was ready to come all the way home, but it's a booming double into left field right there for Connor Lewis, and the Maple Leafs have something cooking here with 2 on.
And that's just about as good a start as you can possibly imagine for the Leafs after giving up a run in the top half of the first. You know, they're a team that have given up a lot of runs in the first inning. They've had to crawl back into games numerous times during the Christie pitch. So to get 2 guys on and 2 hits right away, facing Sucre, a guy they've seen plenty of times before. They know him well, even though he's just in his second year in the IBL. Getting some runs back early would be big for them, as I imagine it would be a pretty quick trigger in terms of pulling this game into a rain delay, just because it's a period of time that there's going to be some rain, but after that it'll clear back up again. Get the tarps out there sooner rather than later, preserve the field. Yeah,
especially if the Leafs can score right here and go into that rain delay, it'll be a tie ball game 1-1. So Castaldo, he'll come up to bat. He has 2 in scoring position here. Leafs threatening, try to tie it or take the lead. Currently down 1-0. This one hit through the right side for a base hit. One's going to score. Lewis is going to be held up at third. And it's a 1-1 ball game after the RBI single from Jordan Castaldo.
And those are 3 straight hard hit balls for the Leafs to start the game. These aren't cheap shots. Even Vinicio's up the middle there was a hard hit ground ball that just went right past the second baseman, Lupton. They're seeing the ball well, and Lewis is double down the left field line, a line drive. Castaldo's line drive through the right side there. A hard hit ball, and very quickly, 3 batters in, it's a 1-1 ball game.
And it is coming down now. The wind is heavy as ever. John Salazzo will step up, runners on the corners, no outs here, still in the first inning here for the Leafs. That's outside to Salazzo.
It's too wet, guys. Yeah, just here, you know what, just take it in.
Missing away, ball 2.
And after giving up 3 straight hard hit balls here, 3-0 in Salazzo, I wouldn't be shocked if he is still very, very careful here. You don't want to throw one right middle for Salazzo, who's going to be sitting fastball here.
Blown away, ball 4. Salazzo reaches and the bases will be loaded here for Jesse Hodges.
And now I have a feeling the umps are going to have a discussion, and they're going to put the tarps in the field here. Salazzo's already walking to first with Brian Sewell. Decision's been made, and we will enter our first rain delay of the afternoon here at Christie Pitts.
So we'll step aside for the rain delay and bring any updates on Maple Leafs Twitter, Instagram, so stay tuned with them there for any more updates on this game.
Check, check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You'll be fine. Yeah, that's good. Thanks. the rain delay is over. It's not sunny or anything here at Dominico Field, but the rain has stopped, and it's good enough to play a ball game here. And Zach, the Toronto Maple Leafs are pressing right now at the plate as we resume play here in the bottom of the first inning. Bring us up to speed on what's going on.
Yeah, so what's happened so far in the top half of the first, it was Marcos Castillo who led things off with a single. He would later come around to score a Gus Wilson RBI single. And then for the side of the Maple Leafs, Jose Vinicio led things off with a single. Connor Lewis doubled down the left field line. And Jordan Castaldo, he hit a ball through the right side past a diving second baseman for the RBI on the side of the Leafs. John Salazzo walked, and this is where we're at here. Jesse Hodges, bases loaded, nobody out.
So both teams are likely going to make a change on the mound. For the Brantford Red Sox, we can confirm that Josh Laukkanen is on the mound. He has been one of the better starting pitchers for them this season. There's a swing and a miss by Jesse Hodges. Still nobody out in the inning. The Toronto Maple Leafs trying to capitalize here against Brantford. After Jeremiah Sucre got the start, it could not have been easy for him on the mound. His final pitch was a walk to John Salazzo, who stands on first base right now. Here's the 0-1 to Hodges. And Jesse Hodges flares this one in the air. This could be a tough play for Nick Burdett. He's charging down the line, and it's just out of his reach, falling in foul territory.
Burdett, yeah, ranging all the way over there. It looked like Jared Lupton, he was on his way to try to grab it as well, but you know, those balls, it's very tough to get, especially running over your shoulder.
So Hodges in a hole here, 0-2. Laukkanen could really use a strikeout here to give the Brantford Red Sox a chance at making sure this isn't a big inning, and it's up and away, ball one.
Looks like we're having a glove change at first base for Nick Burdett.
Well, Josh Laukkanen has been excellent this season for the Brantford Red Sox. 49 innings pitched and an ERA of 4.40. The 1-2. Just inside, 2-2. Jesse Hodges trying to keep this train rolling here for the Maple Leafs. They've already scored one in the inning. That was about 40 minutes ago. Here's the 2-2 to Hodges, and now he calls time and steps out. Laukkanen taking a bit too long for Jesse Hodges' liking. Hodges steps back in. Ryan Dos Santos is on deck. Here's the 2-2. And Hodges takes just out. Oh, strike three called. A late call from the home plate umpire, and Jesse Hodges could not believe it. He goes down looking. And now Ryan Dos Santos is going to come up with one away.
A very, very late strike three call. Hodges, he was turning around expecting it to be a full count, and nope. Home plate umpire says otherwise. Not sure if that did catch the outside half.
Yeah, we don't have much perspective on it from up here in the broadcast booth, but had a similar reaction to Jesse Hodges. Seeing him get rung up there. Check swing by Ryan Dos Santos. He fouls it off the facing of his dugout. Give Josh Laukkanen credit. It's not easy to come into a situation like this. It's not easy to come into a situation like this when you've been sitting in the locker room for half an hour as well. But he has come in and has pounded the strike zone. Now 0-1 to Ryan Dos Santos. And he hits it on the ground. Dos Santos is going to have to hustle this one out. Flip to second for one, and that's all they'll get. Connor Lewis comes in to score, and the Maple Leafs lead 2-1.
Looked like that one jammed Dos Santos on the inner half. He's kind of feeling it, the aftermath of it on first base. So another run will score here for the Leafs, and well, they take it. Take the lead here.
So the Maple Leafs get one more. They have two in the bottom of the first inning. Marcus Connect is coming to the plate. they obviously want more. I don't think they would see it as a win if they were able to just get one with bases loaded and nobody out. So the task now falls on Marcus Connect to drive him in. Ryan Dos Santos going from first base, throw is high, and Dos Santos is in there easily. Jordan Castaldo was the runner at third base, so he's going to hold his ground.
That's the team leading 11th stolen base for Dos Santos, and I'll put the team at a total of 30 on the year.
Must be tough for catchers as well, having to make a throw that early into the game as well. It's not just the pitchers that have been sitting around in the dugout. Everyone had to get loose again after they were firing and ready to go. What was a sunny, hot, and 28-degree weather at first pitch. Things have cooled down a little bit after the big rainstorm we just had. The 1-0. This one's hit in the air by Marcus Connect, and it's drilled to deep right, and it's off the wall. That's going to plate 2 more runs. Marcus Connect slides into second base, and he's got himself a double. The Maple Leafs lead 4-1.
Great piece of hitting right there out of Marcus Connect. It looked like a high fastball in the outside half of the zone, and he just kind of shortened up the swing and took it where it came from. Like you said, right off that right center field wall. And the Leafs, they have finally capitalized big here. Like you said, they wanted to get something going with the no outs, bases loaded, and now great opportunity. They cashed 3.
That's a big hit there for Marcus Connect. Big hit for the Maple Leafs. Now they've opened up a 3-run lead, and they have capitalized on all those runners on base. After it looked like the Brantford Red Sox may get out of it with limited damage, the Maple Leafs have cashed in on all those runs that were on base at the beginning of this ball game. Danmar at the plate, hits it sharply on the ground. Lupton has it, throws to first in time to get the out, but the Maple Leafs, over the course of a little over an hour in the bottom of the first inning, score some runs. They lead 4-1 over the Brantford Red Sox, and we'll be right back. Well, back underway here at Dominico Field. The Brantford Red Sox coming up in the top of the second inning. The Maple Leafs have made a pitching change, knowing that this game was probably going to go into rain delay. The Maple Leafs decided to go with an opener, and they started Julian Valdez, and that worked out very well. Now the guy who the Maple Leafs were expected to be the starter today is Sam Green. He's on the mound. and he will have a clean slate to work with. I mean, not ideal that he's been at the ballpark for a long time and sitting in the locker room, but he knew what the task was going to be today, and he's prepared to come into this game. And Sam Green has just been phenomenal for the Maple Leafs so far after being injured early in the season. 9 scoreless innings since coming back.
And I think the biggest thing for Green is with the rain delay and everything that happened so far today, he had more time to warm up in the bullpen. So after that delay, like he was throwing during that bottom half of the first. He came back before the inning started, or so the half inning started. He was throwing, so he should be very loose and ready to go a couple here.
3-0 now on Palos, the batter. Ethan Palos is hitting .267 this season. And he takes outside ball 4. So that's going to bring Vaibhav Desai to the plate. Hitting 197 on the year. After Desai is Stephen Whalen, the relatively new Brantford Red Sox. Came over from the Kitchener Panthers after playing there for quite a few seasons. First task for Sam Green is Desai after walking the leadoff batter Palos.
And Desai, the batting average might not be there at 197, but the extra base hit pop is in that bat. He leads the team, or tied for the lead on the team, with 7 extra base hits and 5 doubles.
One of those a grand slam home run, I believe, as well. Desai fouls it straight back. Desai played some Division III baseball back in 2015 and 2016, playing for the Becker Hawks. And then he took his baseball career further. He went on to play for the Trois Rivières in the Frontier League. He also played a little bit in the American Association as well for Cleburne. That back in 2022, playing independent baseball. The 0-2. Runner going, swing and a miss, strike 3. Lachlan Mott's throw down is not in time. Although Jose Vinicio was kind of deking the runner, and Palos, who was going down to second base, who didn't slide because he was acting like there was no throw.
Yeah, a smart play by Vinicio, because Palos, the way he went into the bag, he was not expecting a throw to come down whatsoever, and he kind of just went in there standing.
Either way, it's a strikeout and a stolen base. First one for Sam Green this afternoon. This one's hit on the ground, right to Jose Vinicio. He gobbles it up and throws to first offline, and it slips out of the hand of Jordan Castaldo. That's going to allow a run to come in to score, and the Brantford Red Sox have been gifted a run, and it's now 4-2.
We got to remember the elements that are playing in a factor here. It did, again, rain for an hour.
Yeah.
And that infield grass, it soaked up a lot of the rain. So that ball, it was a slow roller. Vinicio grabbed it. Probably had absolutely zero grip on the ball.
Yeah. Not only did it slip out of the hand of Jose Vinicio, it slid right out of the glove of Jordan Castaldo when he went to make the swipe tag. So that would have been out number 2 in the inning. Instead, it's Jarrett Lupton at the plate and Stephen Whalen at first base. Here's the 0-1. Hit in the air towards center field. Connor Lewis is coming in a little bit. Now he's parked under it, and he makes the catch. 2 away. Well, they did score that an error on Jose Vinicio.
And we're back to the top of the order here. Marcos Castillo, he'll step up, and he was first pitch swinging back in the top half of the first inning. He wasted absolutely no time.
Yeah, he drilled a ball on the ground right back up the middle. That was back when it was 2 o'clock.
That was at, yeah, 2
Probably 2:08.
2:08, 2:06, something like that.
4:08 right now, and we are just underway in Toronto. Here's the 0-1 on Castillo. Oh, and that one just missed on the outside corner. Hoots and hollers from around the pits.
Yeah, the Maple Leafs dugouts, the hoots and hollers, the Bushmen as always, and a lot of the people around home plate on the bleachers that stuck around had something to say about that.
This one's hit on the ground towards third. It's a fair ball off the bag. Barehanded by John Salazzo. Throw to first, not in time. Oh, a heck of a play by Salazzo as that ball ricocheted off of third base, but the throw, although on the money, was just late.
And yeah, rolling down the line like that, that's realistically the only play Salazzo can make, because you're trying to allow it to go foul, but then it hits off the bag like that. It was a fantastic bare hand to make some sort of play out of it.
Well, now Marcos Castillo is 2 for 2 with an infield single and then a sharply hit ground ball in the first. Now it's Kieran Bowles at the plate, officially 0 for 1 this afternoon. The 0-1 pitch. And that one just missed outside. Unfortunate start for Jeremiah Sucre as well, as he doesn't record an out in the first inning, allows 3 earned runs, and then can't come back into the game because of rain. And we know Jeremiah Sucre has started a lot of games. He's already pitched 35 innings for the Brantford Red Sox. They were not playing it the same way the Maple Leafs were, where they were expecting the game to get rained out. They decided to gamble on starting one of their better pitchers, Jeremiah Sucre, and that game plan did not work out. Sucre came into today with an ERA of 4.11.
And this could just be a really big break for the Leafs here, as again, we talk about how important this game is.
There's a swing and a miss, strike 3. Sam Green gets a couple of strikeouts in the inning, but the Brantford Red Sox do scratch one across. It's now 4-2 Toronto. Lachlan Maud leading things off for the Maple Leafs, facing Josh Laukkanen, who's going to enter into his second inning of work. I wonder if the Brantford Red Sox had this planned where Jeremiah Sucre was going to start and then Laukkanen was expecting to come in if it was rained out. Kind of an interesting thing to plan out, but you'd have to think that Laukkanen would have been aware that this was in the cards.
Yeah.
Considering they had another very good starter just waiting in the wings, seems a little suspicious. Lachlan Maud swings and misses, and he's behind in the count 1-2.
Yeah, and with the way the forecast looked today, I mean, there was always the possibility and the chance, so both managers, I'm sure, looked into that, had some sort of plan. We saw Rob Butler's idea of attack.
Maud takes well outside, 2-2. Yeah, that was a brilliant move that was like planning a pit stop in Formula One, right? There's a swing and a miss, strike 3 by Lachlan Maud. Sometimes you got to get a little lucky as well with the weather.
Yeah, and I mean, again, credit to Rob Butler. He understood the elements were coming, and if it was going to be a long, lengthy delay, why not use one of your relievers to start things off? And you have Sam Green, who, again, like you said, he's pitched excellent since coming back from injury. You have him go a bulk innings and then, find somebody that can bridge that door to Dustin Richardson.
Vinicio hits it sharply on the ground. Lupton there. Throws to first in time. 2 away. The other situation is that the rain could have came sooner, and then they have Julian Valdez on the mound for like 2 batters, and then they've lost one of their high leverage relievers, and Sam Green's come into the game. That wouldn't have been as bad, but that could have happened as well. If Julian Valdez is available, you want him to at least go an inning.
For sure.
If you're going to find a way to bridge that gap. To the late inning guys. Well, as you mentioned earlier, Dustin Richardson. That's been the game plan for the Leafs for many years. 1-0 the count on Connor Lewis, who hit a double in his first at-bat. Connor Lewis has been seeing the ball quite well at the plate for the Maple Leafs. There's the 1-1. And Lewis hits it well once again. This time it's to center field, and it's caught on the run. Good play there by Ethan Paulos. And that'll do it for the Maple Leafs. In the bottom of the second inning, they still lead 4-2 over the Brantford Red Sox. You're watching Toronto Maple Leafs Baseball on YouTube, brought to you by MNP. Well, taking a look at the work we've seen from Sam Green lately on the mound. This is ever since he had an arm injury on May 29th. You and I were calling the game, and it didn't look good. Sam Green went down. We thought might have been an elbow issue. It wasn't. I think it was a bicep issue, and he's come back, and he's had 4 appearances, good for 9 innings, and he hasn't given up an earned run. And opponents hitting under 150 against Sam Green as well. So not only is he done really well, he is stymied opposing batters.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing to look at is that strikeout to walk ratio, the 13-4 strikeout to walk ratio. And again, during that game when he got hurt, we weren't sure how long it was going to be. We saw the frustrations he had at the athletic trainers table, and things looked a little bit scary. I thought he might be done for the year, and it would have been a big loss to the Maple Leafs starting pitching and bullpen. But to see him come back and to see him dominate coming back, it's just massive for the Leafs.
Here's the 0-1 to Gus Wilson, hit in the air, deep to left field. Actually, that one's dropping, and it's going to fall in front of Connor Lewis. A slide into second base, and the throw is not in time. Gus Wilson is in with what might be a double. I thought that ball was hammered off the bat. So did the Maple Leafs outfielders, as Connor Lewis had that ball fall in front of him after initially breaking back.
Yeah, it went up and then it just kind of died. If you look out to center field, those flagpoles, they are not waving whatsoever. There is no wind here right now after the rainstorm. That ball went up and immediately just died.
Yeah, I think it might have been off the end of the bat or something as well, because that really had no carry. Nick Burdett at the plate. Here's a guy who can carry a ball out of the ballpark. Did that against the Maple Leafs last time he was here. This time he flares it into the outfield. It's down, or it's caught out there in right field.
Yeah, lined out to right field, and he's going to need a new piece of lumbers next time up.
Just going to mention, last time the Maple Leafs saw Nick Burdett, he drilled a home run to dead center field. Part of a blowout win for Brantford here in Toronto. Maple Leafs outfield is Ryan Dos Santos in left, Connor Lewis in center, and Marcus Connect in right field. Brantford Red Sox have another runner in scoring position. It's Gus Wilson at second base, who led things off with a double. This one's foul tipped at home plate and goes to the backstop, but home plate umpire indicating that that did hit the bat of Jeremy Vio.
And I think the thing that's impressed me the most about Brantford this year, we did discuss they're on that 5-game losing streak, but like you said, in that 5 games, the only time they were really blown out was the one loss to Welland. But the fact that, they played Welland close the next time on Sunday, only losing by 1, same thing with London, only losing by 1. They've been playing some good baseball as of late. The results, obviously, like I said, just hasn't been lucky for the Red Sox.
Like to make a correction as well. I said Sam Green hasn't allowed an earned run since coming back from injury, but that run that came in for Brantford in the second inning, although on an error, was counted as an earned run. But point being, Sam Green has looked like a different pitcher in this second half of the season.
He looks comfortable.
Yeah. 1-1. That one's in there, 1-2. Jeremy Vio struck out in his first at-bat, and he's 0 for 1. Sam Green has 2 punch-outs on the afternoon. This time it's fouled off by Jeremy Vio, and if your long-term memory serves you well, you would remember that Jeremy Vio had a long at-bat way back in the first inning. Now the 1-2. That one's up and in. Jeremy Vio hitting .280 on the season with a couple home runs and 14 RBIs. Now the 2-2 pitch. Fouled off again by Jeremy Vio.
And hold on, this is looking very similar, like you just mentioned, to his last at-bat.
Yeah, this is This has been something that's familiar to you in the past. A lot of long extended at-bats, and he's hit for a really good batting average. Hit over 300 last season with Brantford. Green's 2-2. And he's going to flare this one into the outfield. It's down for a base hit. Marcus Connect. Actually, it's Connor Lewis who picks it up. It was right in between the two Maple Leafs outfielders. So that's going to allow another run to come in to score, and it's 4-3.
And again, you got to look at the grass. That ball bounced and immediately just died. It looked like Connect was going to make a play on it, but the way it kind of bounced, it went under his glove, and Connor Lewis picking it up. So Ethan Paulus, he'll step up. He walked and scored back in the second inning. Scored on the air off the hit of Stephen Whalen. Salazzo lets it bounce. His throw to second's going to be in time. No play over at first, so the fielder's choice comes through here.
That was a really well-played ball by Salazzo. He charged way in on it. Took it on a hop. That was almost a line drive right at him the way he was playing so far in.
And he played it smart too, because he wasn't sure if Salazzo was going to try to catch it on the run or if he was going to allow it to bounce. And Salazzo, he ran up to that ball, then just stopped dead in his tracks, let it bounce, and picks it up. So it's an easy out number 2 right there. Heads up by Paulus as well, because if he wasn't running out of the box, if he kind of just gave up, that would have been an easy double play ball. Vibhab Desai now, he's back up to bat. He pops this out, and the Bushmen look like they're going to try to make a play.
Yeah, credit to the Bushmen, eh? They stuck it out down the left field line. I didn't see them, but I saw some feet poking out of the bushes while I was walking down there, so I think they found some shelter.
All they do is just they retreat further into the bush, and then once it stops raining, they're right back in their usual spot.
Yeah. So here's the 0-2 pitch. Runner going off the tip of the glove of Lachlan Maud. That'll go as a stolen base for the Brantford Red Sox. Now they have another runner in scoring position. Ethan Paulos, who made an excellent catch an inning ago in center field, shows off the wheels this time on the base path, and he's at second base. Stephen Whalen on deck, hopeful of an at-bat. The 1-2. Upstairs. Count now at 2-2.
Desai last time up, he went down swinging.
Pitch count at 33 here for Sam Green. But remember, he has just gone 2 innings. Still in good territory, but he'd like to get out of it right here. 2-2 pitch. Fouled off to the left. That one lands on the hillside.
Gotta give credit to Brantford batters here. They're putting up fights against the Maple Leafs pitching.
Two. Swing and a foul tip caught by Lachlan Maud, strike 3. Sam Green gets another punch out, but the Brantford Red Sox do get one more run. It's now a 4-3 ball game, and the Maple Leafs bats are coming up. So this is a bit of a development happening right now. This is the Welland Jackfish and Chatham Kent Barnstormers, and it's Chatham Kent with the 10-5 lead on Welland. And as you know, Zach, the Welland Jackfish have been really, really good of late.
17-2 in their last 19.
Yeah, so Chatham Kent Barnstormers have a chance to really derail that. Jordan Castaldo hits it in the air, high and deep towards center field, and it's Palos who runs it down once again. Out number 1.
Unfortunate for Castaldo, got all of that one just, again, to the deepest part of the ballpark. And that'll be a long out number 1. But I also wanted to mention that Chatham Kent, they've been on a little bit of a warpath here. The last 3 games they've had, they've won. Played against a good Hamilton Cardinals team, and now, like we mentioned, up 10-5 on the Welland Jackfish. So they've slowly started climbing up that standings.
So here's John Salazzo at the plate. Yeah, the Chatham Kent Barnstormers have just been such a fun story in the Inter-County Baseball League this year. Obviously, this being their inaugural season. They had to put an entire team together from scratch, and what a job they did. They really found some gems in the rough there. And, you know, as good as it has been for the Chatham Kent Barnstormers, and I hate to say this, they could be a team that both the Maple Leafs and Brantford Red Sox are looking at as a team they might be able to pass. John Salazzo at the plate and takes high now 1-2. The Barnstormers are in an interesting situation in the Inter-County Baseball League because they're so far from everywhere. Even London, who's their closest opponent, is still 111 kilometers away from Chatham Kent, which means that any team that goes to Chatham Kent is at a bit of a disadvantage because one, it takes so long to get there. They might not be able to get all their players out. You see that a lot in the Inter-County Baseball League, especially with the Toronto Maple Leafs this season, with everyone working their second jobs. Getting off at 5 o'clock might not be enough to get to Chatham Kent. So that's a bit of an advantage for Chatham Kent when they're at home. Here's the 1-2 to Salazzo, a swing and a miss, strike 3. Another K for Laukkanen. But with that being said, every time the Chatham Kent Barnstormers have to go somewhere, they have to drive that entire distance. And I know they got that great Barnstormers bus, so it goes both ways. But Chatham Kent has had a lot of home games to start the season, and they have taken advantage at home. And they're about to enter a stretch of the season after the 2 home games they have, one of them here against Welland, where they are going to be road warriors for the rest of the season. And maybe we'll get into this a little bit next inning, but that might be an opportunity that both the Brantford Red Sox and Maple Leafs see to try and move up. But a win against Welland, and you'd have to think that kind of derails that train of thought a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, it should be interesting to see again, like how much that plays in a factor, especially with a lot of these road games coming up, like you said.
Yeah.
But again, they also have a gentleman by the name of Seth Strong that is having himself quite the year.
He is.
He's vying for that triple crown.
And he's not starting the All-Star game.
I mean, the only person that's doing better than him and holding out the triple crown is his teammate, and Spencer Marcus, who's hitting almost 400.
Yeah. Who is starting in the All-Star game, I believe. Yeah, Seth Strong's been such a cool story this season for Chatham Kent.
3 home runs on the next closest. Trying to do math in my head quickly with the RBIs. Well, it's taking a lot longer than it should. 5 RBIs ahead of the next person.
Strike 3 called on the inside corner. Jesse Hodges, for the second at-bat in a row, is incensed at the home plate umpire. He's now struck out twice on pitches that he thought missed outside, and that one maybe inside. Couple strikeouts in the inning for Josh Laukkanen. It's the Maple Leafs who lead 4-3 over Brantford. Oh, welcome back to Dominico Field. We're on the topic of talking about the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers. So this is how it breaks down. So far, they've played 15 games at home. They're 7-8, which is a pretty good record for an inaugural team. And they played 11 away, which they actually haven't done too bad on the road. But this is what we have coming up, and the away record's going to really be tested. They got 6 games at home and 10 away games to finish out the season. None of them are against Kitchener, just 2 of them are against Brantford, and 3 of them are against Toronto. So that's where the opportunity looms for both Brantford and Toronto, because they play the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers coming up. So this will be a test for the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers, and if the Brantford Red Sox or Maple Leafs can start winning some games, maybe the window of opportunity opens up to try and move up a place. And obviously for the Maple Leafs, they're not in the playoffs right now, so they will need that.
Yeah, and just looking at the schedule really for the Barnstormers, it ranges from July 19th all the way to July 27th that they're on the road. They don't play a home game anywhere between there. Their home game is July 16th, and then their next one is on the 28th. So not only is it going to be tough right there on that 27-28 day, because that's a long drive to get back home.
Yeah.
And you're facing the Guelph Royals. You have a home and home right there. So those two teams, it should be interesting to see the outcome of that. I'd definitely keep your eyes peeled that weekend.
0-2 to Stephen Whale, and a breaking ball slips out of the hand of Sam Green. And just to add on to that, 10 of those remaining 16 games are against Welland, London, Barrie, or Guelph, the top 4 teams that are all above 500 in the Intercounty Baseball League. One of them is against Welland. That's happening today, and it looks like they've won that game. Here's the 1-2 to Stephen Whalen, and that pitch is in the dirt. I also got into Google Maps on my way here today, and I looked up how far it is to get to some of the different places from Chatham-Kent. If they're going to go to Barrie, it's a 380-kilometer drive. And that's including toll routes.
Wow.
Oh, it's fouled off by Whalen. Good battle here. The count's 2-2. To get to Toronto, it's 290 kilometers, and the Maple Leafs are going to play them 3 more times this year. 2 of those will be in Toronto. Everywhere else except London is well over 200 kilometers, by the way, if you're wondering. Here's the 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Nasty breaking ball that time from Sam Green.
And a great job by Sam Green. Beautiful breaking ball, like you said, just over the inner half, and he gets him chasing.
So here's the second baseman, Jarrett Lupton. Sam Green has 1 away in the inning. Has allowed a run in each of the first 2, but Red Sox haven't made a lot of hard contact. This one's hit pretty well into center field. That one's going to drop in front of Connor Lewis. A 1-out single for Jarrett Lupton.
Right fielder number 15, Marcos Castillo.
So back to the top of the order, and believe it or not, this is the 3rd time through the lineup for the Brantford Red Sox. Marcos Castillo at the plate. And he hits one in the air, this one to right field. Back goes Marcus Connect, and it's over his head, and one hops up against the wall. Marcus Connect loses his hat in the process as he crashes off the wall, but he does get the ball back in quickly, so that'll hold runners on 2nd and 3rd with 1 out.
Castillo, he, again, 3rd time up, wastes absolutely no time just ripping the ball. And he is 3 for 3 on the day, 2 singles and a double.
Perfect production out of the leadoff spot. Now it's up to Kieran Bowles to try and drive him in. And this can go one of 2 ways here for Sam Green, as Brian Sewell was out of the dugout just to make sure that Marcus Connect was okay in right field after he crashed up against the wall. And he got a pretty quick answer. Bowles fouls this one off. So this could go one of 2 ways here for Sam Green. One is that he gives up some runs, and then his Line score isn't looking too good on the day, but if he's able to get out of it, completely different story. The Maple Leafs have the lead, and their bats are coming up in the fourth. Pitch way up and in. Bowles holding his ground in the batter's box, counts 1-1. Kieran Bowles hitting .264 on the season. He's driven in 7 runs in his 87 at-bats. The 1-1. And he fouls it off, 1-2. Well, you can't say that Sam Green hasn't been pounding the strike zone. In fact, maybe even too much. 32 strikes, 13 balls to this point.
Wow.
He might venture outside the zone on this pitch, ahead 1-2 now. And he does, and he spiked it in the dirt. 2-2.
Sam Green only been in the game for 3 innings, but 4 strikeouts to this point.
The bad news for the Maple Leafs, though, is Gus Wilson is on deck, and he's already 2 for 2. And with those 2 hits, has now raised his batting average back above 300 again. And by again, I mean dating back to last season when he hit .353. That paired with Matthew Fabian was a good 1-2 punch for the Brantford Red Sox on their lineup. Fabian hit .400 last year.
Some crazy batting averages in the IBL.
Yeah. Here's the 2-2. Just missed high. None crazier than the Maple Leafs coach Rob Butler's .488 that he had back in 2001. Maple Leafs were 29-3 that year that Rob Butler hit .488, and they lost in the second round. Did not go to the IBL Finals. This one's hit on a line right to Jordan Castaldo. Out number 2.
And you can see Castaldo, he immediately went to throw that over to second base. Vinicius was holding his hand saying, no, 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 no. He was not prepared at 2 for that play. They mentioned the dangerous man, and Gus Wilson comes up to bat. He had a double that he later scored on his last time up.
Nick Burdett is on deck. He's 0 for 2. Earlier in the season, you might have thought about facing Nick Burdett because he wasn't hitting very well, but that's not really the case anymore. So it looks like Sam Green's going to go right after Gus Wilson here. Nick Burdett has 7 hits in his last 4 games. The 1-0 to Wilson. He hits it into center field. This one's going to hang up there for Connor Lewis, who makes the catch. How about Sam Green? He gets out of a jam where he had runners on second and third and just went out and holds the Maple Leafs to a 4-3 lead here at Dominico Field. Welcome back to Dominico Fields. Toronto Maple Leafs leading 4-3 over the Brantford Red Sox with Ryan Dos Santos leading things off. Josh Laukkanen, who came into the game in the second inning for the Brantford Red Sox, but came in likely knowing that he was going to be having a start that would begin in the second inning. Still in the game for the Brantford Red Sox. Dos Santos takes up and away 1-1. Ryan Dos Santos leading the Maple Leafs in batting average, hitting .309. The 1-1 pitch. And Dos Santos pops it up. This one's back behind home plate.
Very patient hitter at the plate, but also he can swing and let one go. We've seen it so far this season. He's had a little bit of a power surge, 9 extra base hits.
The 1-2, this one's hit on the ground. And a throw to first, not in time. I'm not sure if Nick Burdett had picked that, if it would have been an out. Either way, Dos Santos will take it. He's on first base to lead off the bottom of the 4th inning.
I think they give him a hit on that one. He looked like he beat it out, but again, like you said, Burdett, he pops it out of his glove.
I think so as well. Well, Josh Laukkanen got himself back on track after an outing where he gave up 8 earned runs against the Kitchener Panthers back on June 28th. His next start was against the London Majors, and he went 8 innings, allowed just 2 earned runs. Not an easy team to shut down. And just one of the runs that the Maple Leafs have scored today are his responsibility. He's got himself through 3 innings of 1-run ball. This one's popped up. It's Lupton at second base who's calling for it, and Marcus Connect is retired on 1 pitch. He had the big RBI double to cash in a couple of Maple Leafs last time.
It looked like a pitch similar to that one where it was just high and outside, and last time up, Connect was able to kind of shorten up his swing and just kind of poke it into right center field. That time, it looked like he didn't read the pitch fully coming out of the hand, and he went long with it and just got underneath.
We just got confirmation there that the final score in Chatham-Kent, 11-5. The Barnstormers upset the Welland Jackfish, which you wouldn't really bat your eye that too much at that in a regular season matchup between a first place team and any other team. But when it's Welland and what was the record that you said they had?
They were 17-2 over the last 19. Now 17, or I guess you can say 16-3 now over the last 19, if you include this one.
Okay, yeah.
I believe.
Still a pretty good record.
It'll play.
And to lose 11-5. Well, this Brantford Red Sox team played the Welland Jackfish tough as well. They lost by 1 run. Hit and run is on for the Maple Leafs, and it might just work out. This is going to be a tough play. Throw to first. This time it's picked by Nick Burdett. Gus Wilson bounces one over once again, and he was running to cover the bag at second base. Dan Mara smartly hit it on the ground right to him, and then he had to go back to his right, throw across his body, and record the out.
And the only unfortunate part about that was Mara, he hit it almost exactly in line of where Gus Wilson was running. He took, I think, 1 step backwards, and he made the play on the backhand. Nice throw. But, yeah, fantastic hit and run. Almost worked to perfection for the Leafs.
I mean, nice pick at first base, too, by Nick Burdett. That ball wasn't a short hop. That was a long, awkward hop to first base that Nick Burdett played beautifully. I mean, he does have some experience picking those balls at first base. He might be the most veteran Brantford Red Sox on this team, I think. Yeah. Swing and a miss by Lachlan Mott. He's behind 0-2. Nick Burdett has been with Brantford since 2013. And never strayed to any other team in that time. The 0-2. That one's outside.
What were you doing back in 2013, Mr. West?
Playing baseball. But like house league baseball, I think.
I'm trying to think. I think I was in.
Were you 12?
I was 12.
The 1-2. Swing and a miss at a high fastball. Josh Laukkanen records another strikeout. Give him 5 on the day. And now 4 innings of work. Maple Leafs with a 1-run lead on Brantford. Well, back here at Dominico Field, the Maple Leafs just couldn't get the offense going last time out and extended their losing streak to 5 consecutive games. This was a 5-1 loss against the Guelph Royals. And El Castro had a bit of a rough start, went just 3 innings. They got to see their newcomer as well, Landon Leach. Went an inning, didn't allow any runs, walked a couple, but talking to a couple of the Maple Leafs before the game, and they said his stuff looked really good in that start from the short stint that we've seen. And Landon Leach is an interesting prospect for the Maple Leafs. I think that he is still has aspirations of playing professional baseball. He's only 24 years old. And he got drafted in the 2nd round in Major League Baseball. That also happened to Taylor Lepard as well. He is re-signed playing pro ball, so congratulations to him. But that is a bit of a loss for the Maple Leafs out of their bullpen.
Yeah, it looked like they were getting those reinforcements that they needed, especially as we come to the later stages of this year. But Taylor Lepard going back there again, like you said, congratulations to him.
But I think that might happen to Landon Leach as well, just a complete guess. But he is a really good pitcher. he's a real gift, I think, that the Maple Leafs have got. There's Nick Burdett at the plate. Takes low now, 2-0 on him. And not only did Taylor Lepard get re-signed, he's right back in the Atlantic League, regarded as one of the better independent baseball leagues out there. He's playing for Staten Island, a team named the Ferry Hawks out in New York.
It's a pretty good name.
Sounds pretty fun.
Hey, that's up there. There for one of us.
As opposed to when he was playing for the Hagerstown Flying Boxcars.
Yeah, that's a good one too.
Yeah, that one's a bit off the rails. But yeah, he's out playing baseball in New York. And another reminder of the caliber of baseball that we get to see in the Intercounty Baseball League. And for a lot of these players, their career is not done yet. Nick Burdett takes low and inside, ball 4, so he's going to head down to first base on the 3-1 pitch. And that's going to bring up Jeremy Vieux, who I'm not sure how many pitches he has faced today, but he has been making, whether it be Julian Valdez or Sam Green, he has been making them work by fouling off a ton of pitches at the plate. What are you up to over there? Just a second. This one's flowing into the outfield. Marcus Connect there and right to make the catch.
Well, you had me interested. I was just looking at some of the affiliate baseball team names, seeing the different ones. And obviously one of the top ones, the Rocket City Trash Pandas. Or the Richmond Flying Squirrels.
You could name off any of those right here. I'm going to close my eyes and point to it. You read the name, okay?
Yep. The Sugarland Space Cowboys. Some great names. Some great names.
Completely random.
All right.
This is...
I'm getting some news here from Mr. Vona.
You're getting some recommendations. This is Ethan Palos at the plate, who has been showing off his legs today. Okay, go ahead.
Tampa Bay's Double A is the Montgomery Biscuits, but their High A team is the Bowling Green Hot Rods.
Oh.
Some great names. Single A team for, or high A for Seattle Mariners is the Modesto Nuts.
The Lansing Lugnuts, too?
There is the Lansing Lugnuts. I forgot about them.
Yeah. Bunch of nuts.
Don't mind me. I'm just having fun looking at affiliate teams.
2-2, right back to Sam Green. He makes the play, bounces it to Vinicio, who whips to first in time. Oh, what a play. Started by Sam Green and executed by Jose Vinicio. The Maple Leafs turn the double play. Sam Green out of the inning, and the Maple Leafs keep the lead. It's 4-3. Pretty good defense on the infield there from Toronto, and we'll be right back.
Shortstop number 1, Jose Vinicio.
All right, back here at Dominico Field, Toronto Maple Leafs leading 4-3 over the Brantford Red Sox. Stop looking through team names. You got a baseball game to call.
There was one team name I was trying to find, and it was the Lehigh Valley Iron Pigs.
Yes.
That was the one I was trying to find. Or the Jacksonville Jumbo Shrimp.
Okay. All right. Close the laptop.
Right. We are closing it. We're back to IBL. I can't believe you picked the Space Cowboys. That was perfect.
Yeah, well, they're all good. That's the thing. Here's the 0-1 to Jose Vinicio. Everyone who's either a big fan of minor league baseball or has just played Road to the Show before is saying, I know all these names.
You've collected the jerseys in Diamond Dynasty saying, oh, I remember looking through that, seeing the Nashville sound.
Yeah. Vinicio flares one into the outfield, and it hangs up for Ethan Palos. Boy, it feels like nothing is going to get by him in center field today, although that was a relatively easy catch. But he's run down some balls in center, hasn't he? So here's Connor Lewis, who comes to the plate with one out here in the bottom of the fifth.
1 for 2 on the day. He doubled down the line in the first inning, which feels like light years ago. And he also flew to deep center field, actually, his last time up in the second.
Lewis takes strike one.
You got to credit both pitchers that have come into this ball game here for both sides. I mean, they have shut the door for really any offense.
Swing and a miss, strike 2.
Sam Green had a little bit of a stumble in his first inning, but ever since then, he's shut things down pretty efficiently.
Yeah, well, that was the turning point in his outing. We said back in the 4th inning for Sam Green, he had runners on 2nd and 3rd and just 1 out. The 0-2 to Lewis is outside, and they could have an RBI single there would have really derailed things. The Brantford Red Sox would be up 5-4. Instead, Sam Green found a way to work his way out of the inning and did an admirable job, and now here he is allowing just 2 earned runs through 4 innings of work. Up and away to Connor Lewis. Jordan Castaldo is on deck, and he had a single back in the 1st inning, which extended his on-base streak to 53 consecutive games, dating back to the playoffs of last season. Lewis takes strike 3 on the outside corner. 6 strikeouts for Josh Laukkanen.
Laukkanen has just been sensational.
First baseman number 5, Jordan Castaldo.
So Jordan Castaldo's going to get his at-bat, although it comes with 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th inning, and we talk about the on-base ability from Jordan Castaldo, but he has some real power as well. Plenty of power to pop one over that right field fence. Hits it on the ground, backhanded by Nick Burdett. He throws to Laukkanen covering first base, and that'll do it. A 1-2-3 inning for Josh Laukkanen and the Brantford Red Sox as the Maple Leafs are retired in the 5th inning. And things ticking along here at Dominico Field as we head to the 6th. We'll be right back. Well, speaking of starting pitchers coming out of the bullpen, that's Sam Green on the mound today, but this was Wilhennis Alvarado. Now, he hasn't been great for the Maple Leafs this season. He had a bit of a slow start to the year and just never really got it on track, but this is a really good sign from Wilhennis Alvarado. He pitched 3 2/3 innings last time out. This was against the Guelph Royals in the Maple Leafs' 5-1 loss. Allowed just 2 hits, walked 1, got a strikeout, and out of the bullpen looked like the Wilhennis of old that we saw last season, didn't he?
Yeah, and I think when it comes to Wilhennis Alvarado, it's all about the confidence he has in himself. And when he came in from the bullpen, it's a lot less pressure than it is to start a game. When you're coming in to start off an inning in relief, you don't have all that pressure of I need to come out with my best A+ stuff right now. You're either ahead, you're either behind, but you can kind of just go pitch at your own pace. When you're starting a game, you want to set the tone for the game.
Well, to continue the theme of starting pitchers coming in relief, Jesse Hodges is now warming up in the bullpen for Toronto. Desai hits this one in the air to left field. It's chasing Ryan Dos Santos back at the wall, and he makes a running catch. One away.
He was tracking back and back at For a second, it looked like that one would have carried all the way to the fence, but he catches it with enough room in front where he doesn't go crashing in.
That's going to bring Stephen Whalen to the plate with 1 out in the inning.
And partner, with the way the weather is right now, you would not believe that, we were running for cover back at 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
It has turned into a beautiful day.
The sun's starting to peek out. Don't run down the hill, though. You'll slip and fall. It's still soaking wet on the grass. This one's drilled in the air. Stephen Whalen has got into this one, and a jump, and that one's going to fall. It went off the glove of Marcus Connect and dropped in front of the wall. So that's a double for Stephen Whalen.
That's the second time we've seen Marcus Connect just kind of go diving into that outfield wall, and unfortunately that time just couldn't come up with it. Made one heck of an effort, just couldn't get the glove there.
Second baseman number 23, Jarrett Lipton.
So runner on second base, 1 away in the inning. Jarrett Lupton is batting in the 9 spot today for Brantford. Well, there's just 1 away in the inning, but Maple Leafs aren't looking forward to the guy who's coming up. That's Marcos Castillo. He has 3 hits already today. Sam Green looked like he might have caught Stephen Whalen sleeping a little bit there at second base, but there wasn't really a pickoff play on. Marcos Castillo just 10 at-bats into his career with the Brantford Red Sox as he got picked up about a week ago. And I believe is in one of the import spots for the Brantford Red Sox as well. I think they had 1 open. They might have a couple open, actually. Green's 1-1. Outside corner and off-speed pitch finds the zone.
Beautiful pitch. Looked like a change-up that, again, just trailed right over that outside half.
Sam Green had an interesting quote early in the season. Before the season had even started, he said if the Maple Leafs want to get back to the IBL finals, every inning that every one of the pitchers pitches on the mound has to be a quality one. There's a quality pitch there from Sam Green on a breaking ball in the dirt. And he's got another strikeout. And that hasn't necessarily happened this season. But for Sam Green, you can tell he has another level of focus on the mound for the Maple Leafs. And that's easier said than done when you're in a big situation. Or not a big situation, a situation where you're coming in early in a game and the game is either not well in hand or well out of hand yet. But credit to Sam Green, he's kept his eye on the prize just about every time he's out there on the mound.
And again, I know we've already talked about it, gone over it a little bit today, but it's just impressive to think that, he had that injury earlier on in the season. There were some worries that maybe he would be done for the year, or at least done until playoff time, but he came back, he's healthy, and he's throwing fantastic.
Check swing, tapper to first base. Jordan Costello comes over, makes a nice play, and he'll run to the bag himself to get the Maple Leafs out of the inning. So they finally do retire Castillo, who's held 3 for 4, and Sam Green gets through another good inning of work. He's held the Brantford Red Sox scoreless for the last 3 innings. The Maple Leafs who lead 4-3. Well, this is the 8th and 9th team playing each other in the Intercounty Baseball League, but that doesn't stray from the importance of this ball game. The Maple Leafs and Brantford Red Sox, including today, will play each other 4 more times to finish out the year. And as you can see, they're fighting for that final playoff spot in the Intercounty Baseball League. John Salazzo leads things off with a sharply hit single into right field. Well, I was just going to say, this is going to be a heck of a 4-game series between these teams, because if the Maple Leafs are able to win today, they're half a game back of the Brantford Red Sox, and there's lots of other things that can happen, but the Maple Leafs only have 14 games left in the Intercounty Baseball League season. So these games against the Brantford Red Sox are worth double the money, as that's the team they're chasing right now.
And I mean, the Leafs, obviously, they're going to be paying attention a lot to the Kitchener Panthers, and like you mentioned, a lot to the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers. It should be interesting to see how things end up and shape up. But this little portion of 5th, really, all the way to 9th, it should get interesting as the season comes to a close, because obviously the Hamilton Cardinals, they started out extremely hot, but they've cooled off.
Jesse Hodges at the plate now, and he smashes one into the outfield. That one's down for a hit. The Maple Leafs have the first 2 on in the inning. So now Ryan Dos Santos at the plate. Maple Leafs really threatening here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Ryan Dos Santos has that batting average up to .312 on the season and the 96 at-bats he's had. Now he lays a bunt down to third base, and it's a beauty. Throw to first, and takes an awful hop and goes into the outfield. John Salazzo comes in to score, Ryan Dos Santos into second base, and now here comes Jesse Hodges, and he's in with a head-first roll to home plate, and the Maple Leafs have extended the lead by 2 more runs. It's now 6-3.
That'll go down as a bunt single for Dos Santos, and he reaches third via the throwing error, and the 2-run score as well as the error. Hodges, I hope he's all right. That was scorpion tail all the way into home plate, and that is exactly what the Maple Leafs wanted. And like we mentioned at the start of the game, that's massive.
Yeah, he got a little stuck in the mud there on his way to home plate. And I think he might have run through the stop sign at third base as well. Anyway, as long as Jesse Hodges is okay, that was a good call as the Maple Leafs tack on another run. And still trying to tack on more runs with Marcus Connect at the plate, who's already driven in 2 today. And Marcus Connect hits it high in the air. This one's to left field. It's in foul territory. And catch made over the head at third base by Kieran Bowles. Ryan Dos Santos will hold his ground at third.
He faked as if he was going home to try to draw a throw, but Bowles doesn't release.
Second baseman number 6, Dan Mora.
So, partner, I was looking at a couple of games that are possibly big for the Maple Leafs, just regarding tiebreakers later on in the season and standings. So, as it stands right now, the Leafs and the Kitchener Panthers, the Leafs have won 2 games out of the 3. If they are able to win the next one of the matchup on July 18th, they'll have the the season series 1,
Right.
3. And if they, finish roughly around where the Kitchener Panthers are, same thing. Side of Brantford, if things hold right now, they'll be 2-0 in the series so far, with the next game coming on July 27th. So if they're able to win that one, they'll have the tiebreaker in the season over the Brantford Red Sox as well. So things are getting interesting with the Leafs and this remaining schedule, and like you mentioned, you never know what's going to happen with the Barnstormers. They have had their surge, but we'll see how it plays out with this big away schedule.
On the ground, Ryan Dos Santos holds his ground at third base. Boy, Josh Laukkanen really staring Ryan Dos Santos back to third base, and I think he was tempted to try and throw that one back to third to pick Ryan Dos Santos, but he makes the smart play, goes to first, and there's 2 away in the inning. Lachlan Maud at the plate for the Maple Leafs. Lachlan Maud has had to shoulder quite a bit of the catching duties and has done an admirable job with Justin Mara out of the lineup, but I'm hearing that Justin Mara is coming back next week.
And that's a big bat to have coming back. We've obviously know what Justin Mara has been able to do over his entire career as a Maple Leaf, and it should be interesting to see. You add another big bat back to this lineup.
The power of Justin Mara valuable. Here comes Ryan Dos Santos. He's coming home and he's out. Ryan Dos Santos trying to steal home, and a confident play made by Josh Laukkanen, who steps off the mound, throws it home, and got it there just in time. Well, back here at Dominico Field, we were close to having some exciting moments there at the end of the 6th inning. Ryan Dos Santos was pretty close to stealing home with 2 outs in the inning. Unfortunately for the Maple Leafs, was thrown out at home plate, but not something you see every day.
Quite interesting. I mean, you see me. I'm still looking at the replay. Obviously, it's very hard to tell.
Oh. We'll see if we can get some footage for you. We'll have that soon. Here's the 0-2. one misses up and away. So new pitcher to the game for the Maple Leafs is Jesse Hodges. Maple Leafs have gone with a relief pitcher to start things off, and then 2 starting pitchers with Sam Green and Jesse Hodges coming into the game. Although I don't know what the Maple Leafs' plans are for Landon Leach, if he's going to be a starting pitcher, but that might jostle things around. That one finds the zone. Strike 3 called.
That was just a fantastic, looked like an off speed on the inner half, just freezes them.
Maple Leafs do have the gift of not playing until Wednesday, so they have a couple days off. You almost wonder if maybe Wilhelmus Alvarado gets the start on Wednesday for the Maple Leafs after his relief appearance in Guelph last night.
Not off speed right now. It is breaking for Hodges.
Yeah, that pitch has been a slider at times, a slurve, and a curveball. I think he regards it as a slider now, but he's feeling it pretty well. One thing that Jesse Hodges does so well, and it's so impressive because he hasn't been a pitcher for very long, is the ability to adapt when he doesn't have a pitch that's going for him. But today it looks like he does have that breaking ball. But if he doesn't have the breaking ball, he has the ability to manipulate his changeup a bit more. And he just missed outside, and Jesse Hodges that'll be brewing in his head right now because he has got called out looking twice at the plate today. And one of them was on a pitch just like that. Now the 2-1, and that one misses away.
He tried to go back to the well right there, and again, it's just that one, just a little bit too much break on it.
Got some action in the Brantford Red Sox bullpen with Kyle Nash getting loose. And Hodges just misses low, ball 4. Gus Wilson heads to first base, and that brings up Nick Burdett. Jesse Hodges has pitched 18 2/3 innings for the Maple Leafs this season, struck out 20 batters, and pitched to an ERA of 6.27. You'd think that Nick Burdett would be a double play candidate with that good breaking ball of Hodges working, but that's not going to happen. It's lined into the outfield, and Connor Lewis is going to pick it up in center. The Brantford Red Sox are knocking on the door here in the 7th with 2 on and 1 out. So that brings Jeremy Villa, who's 1 for 3 to the plate.
Yeah, he's had 2 at-bats where it felt like it was 10 to 15 pitches. He just kept fouling things off earlier on in the ball game.
Ethan Paulos on deck, hopeful of an at-bat. This one's in the dirt, goes right up in the air. Lachlan Maud throws down to second base, but it's not in time, and there wasn't much that Lachlan Maud could do. That ball just hung up in the air, and both base runners realized it, advanced the extra 90 feet, and now there's no easy double play in order for the Maple Leafs.
Yeah, dangerous hitter in view, just the way he's been able to battle at the plate.
Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it finds the zone 1-1. I think probably be wise for Jesse Hodges to stay with that breaking ball if he's feeling it in this situation.
Yeah, it's working.
Yeah. Strikeout would be a good situation. Throws the breaking ball, misses outside, didn't get Jeremy Villa to chase.
Wouldn't be opposed to a backdoor breaking ball here where it just starts at the batter's hip and just breaks right over. I mean, he's having a lot of movement on it right now horizontally.
Yeah, you just don't want to hang one of those. And the 2-1. On the ground to Vinicio, who plays it on a tough hop and throws to first to get the out. 1 run will come in to score, but the Maple Leafs will trade an out for a run, and it's now 6-4.
And again, it was that big inning in the bottom half of the 6th for the Maple Leafs that they're able to just kind of allow that run to come in.
Brantford trying to get one more here if they can and bring it to within a 1-run ball game. They've got a runner on third base. This one's fouled off by Ethan Paulos. This is kind of interesting. Down the line, Charlie Towers is playing catch with Julian Tomachko, I believe. There's a swing and a miss. Strike 3. Jesse Hodges limits the damage here in the top of the 7th. The Toronto Maple Leafs continue to lead 6-4 over Brantford. Well, back here at Dominico Field, Lachlan Maud leading things off for the Maple Leafs. Josh Laukkanen still in the game for Brantford. Maud swings through an off-speed pitch. Count 1-1 on the Maple Leafs catcher. Now 1-2. Jose Vinicio is on deck. Here's the 1-2. And Maud fouls it off.
Maud has done a good job defensively filling in for Justin Mara. I mean, very young guy. Has kind of turned into almost the everyday starter.
Here's the 1-2 pitch. And Maud swings and misses, strike 3. That is 7 strikeouts over 6 1/3 for Josh Laukkanen. Back to the top of the order for the Maple Leafs. It's Jose Vinicio, who's 1 for 3, but had a line drive into the outfield that got tracked down by Paulos in his last at-bat. This time he flares it to left. That one's going to hang up with plenty of room there for Ihab Desai. Center fielder number 4, Connor Lewis. Well, Connor Lewis, who has found himself in the 2-hole quite a bit for the Maple Leafs, is in that spot again here today. And he's also 1 for 3 with a booming double in the first inning. Lewis pops it up. Catch made by Lupton, and how about the job done by Josh Laukkanen? He's still just allowed the 1 earned run. He's, well, 3 earned runs I should say, but he's gone 6 2/3 innings and struck out 7. For the Maple Leafs, I have Desai is at the plate for Brantford, and Hodges' pitch is fouled back. So Jesse Hodges ahead in the count 0-1. Now Desai behind 0-2. Struck out twice today, 0 for 3, hitting 198 on the season. And an interesting development in the outfield for the Maple Leafs. Ryan Dos Santos is out of the game, and Charlie Towers is going to come in to play left field. Something which Charlie said he hasn't done much before he did it earlier in the season. Obviously, Ryan Dos Santos had the attempted steal of home and hasn't seen any action since that, so kind of interesting, and obviously Maple Leaf fans hoping that it's not an injury for Dos Santos.
Yeah, but one of the better players on the team, like you said, leading the team in average. I believe finishes the day 318, I believe, is the average to finish out the day. Just came in today batting 313.
Pitches up and away. Jesse Hodges had a pitch to waste there, so now it's 1-2. Breaking ball slips out of the hand of Hodges and misses up and away. Strikeouts have been an issue for Five-Half Desai, although he has had a lot of power. He struck out 27 times and 71 at-bats. The 2-2 misses outside, 3-2. He's walked 14 times this season as well. So after going behind 0-2. He's worked it back to full. Hodges' pitch. Fouled off. Way onto the hillside on the left. Jesse Hodges does not want to walk Desai here, but he probably is conscious of the power that he brings to the plate, and he'll do what he didn't want to do. He walks him. Desai heads down to first base to lead off the top of the 8th. Still, it's just a 2-run ball game, which means that Stephen Whalen is the tying run, and Stephen Whalen drilled a ball off the wall in right field in his last at-bat.
And there will be a meeting on the mound, and I believe they're not going to waste any time here. Yeah. Dustin Richardson looks like he is coming into this ball game.
So this might be a 6-out save attempt here from Dustin Richardson. He has 2 outs to work, or he has 2 runs to work with, but he does have Desai, who's on first base. We'll have more on that when we come back. It's the Maple Leafs leading 6-4 over Brantford. Oh, back here at Dominico Field, Stephen Whalen leading things off. You're watching Toronto Maple Leafs baseball on YouTube, brought to you by MNP, National in Scope, Local in Focus. MNP is one of Canada's leading professional services firms, proudly serving individuals, businesses, and organizations since 1958. Here's a fly ball to the new left fielder, Charlie Towers, and that's a out number 1. Dustin Richardson, the new pitcher for the Maple Leafs, trying to get through 6 outs here and get the save.
Second baseman number 23, Jared Lupton.
He'll face the number 9 hitter in Jarrett Lupton. And unless he induces a double play, he'll face the newest Brantford Red Sox, Marcos Castillo. Here's the 0-1. Swing and a miss.
And DR, his stuff looks so good. Hey.
Yeah. And his stuff is pretty much a fastball. If you ask Dustin Richardson what his repertoire is, he'll say fastball, fastball, fastball. He does mix in a breaking pitch, but that fastball is straight and does not drop an inch. Here's a ground ball, and it's going to get over the glove of Dan Mara into the outfield. Took a big high hop, and the Brantford Red Sox have the tying run on first base.
And that might be the wildest hop we've seen on the day.
Right fielder number 15, Marcos Castillo.
Big swing and a miss, 0-1. Castillo has been really good today. Already has 3 hits. He's 3 for 4. He's got 2 runners on base. This is a critical moment for the Brantford Red Sox here in the top of the 8th. And there's a breaking ball that finds the knees. 0-2 for Brantford. If this is the opportunity to score right here. Dustin Richardson with a clean inning is a lot harder than Dustin Richardson coming in mid-inning after what we think was a pretty short warm-up in the bullpen. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Got him. Swing and a miss on a high fastball, 2 away.
And that was impressive. Again, Richardson, he is just leaving it all out there on the mound right now. I'm pretty sure you can hear him grunting after a couple of these pitches. He's reaching back for a little bit extra on these fastballs.
So now it's the number 2 hitter in Kieran Bowles, and Richardson hit him on the foot. Kieran Bowles is going to head down to first base and limping a little bit now. Kieran Bowles is going to stop halfway up the line. That one, he's starting to feel that a little bit. It's probably not as fast a fastball as Dustin Richardson had in his days with the with the Boston Red Sox in Major League Baseball, but it's still got some zip on it, that's for sure. Bases are loaded. Dustin Richardson knows the task right here. Gus Wilson at the plate, and he takes strike 1.
Gus Wilson so far today, 2 for 3 on the day with an RBI. That happened all the way back in the first. He's also scored twice.
He's been hitting the ball like we were used to seeing Gus Wilson here in this second half of the season. Wilson fouls it off. He's behind 0-2. Richardson has pitched 6 2/3 innings coming into today's outing. Hasn't given up an earned run. The runners on second and third, though, are his responsibility. Or first and second, I should say. Now the 0-2 to Gus Wilson. Swing and a miss, strike 3. How about that? Dustin Richardson comes into the game, strands the runner on first base, got into a little bit of trouble, but gets 2 big punch-outs to get the Maple Leafs out of the inning.
First baseman number 5, Jordan Castillo.
Maple Leafs looking for some insurance runs here in the bottom of the 8th inning, and look who's back on the mound, Josh Laukkanen. If you remember, in his last outing, he went 8 innings. That was in a start against the London Majors, and now he's entering into the 8th inning, his 7th inning of work against the Maple Leafs. And he'll face the leadoff hitter, Jordan Castillo.
How about that? I mean, doing 8 innings in relief is impressive, especially after that long delay. It just kind of seemed like he got settled down relatively quickly in the ball game. The only real damage coming off in that 6th inning where 2 runners crossed.
Two and two the count here on Jordan Castaldo. Castaldo hits it sharply on the ground. Nick Burdett knocks it down, and he'll stay with it and touch the bag. 1 away.
Third baseman number 17, Jonathan Solazo.
Now, partner, I want you to take a quick little glimpse at who's standing on deck.
Okay. Yeah, so we we were muted there for a while. We were trying to figure out this situation because the Ohtani rule doesn't apply to Jesse Hodges if he's not starting. As this one's smashed into the outfield, this is down and could be extra bases. John Salazzo speeding around first base. Look at the wheels on him. He's going to get into second base standing up. And now Dustin Richardson is going to come to the plate for the Maple Leafs. And when they put Jesse Hodges into the game, they lost the DH spot. But obviously they want Dustin Richardson to pitch again to close this game out. So he's going to have to get an at-bat. And as we speak, he's now put himself into an RBI situation for the Maple Leafs. So isn't this interesting?
This is something.
That is a batting stance right there, waving the bat over his head.
Is he gonna be swinging at all?
And he's squaring a bunt, and he gets it down. But John Salazzo has to hold his ground there. Uh-oh. And, oh boy, Dustin Richardson running down the first baseline felt something, and that looks like it might be a hamstring, and he is limping back to the Maple Leafs dugout.
That is,
Oh,
if it is, that is an unfortunate break.
Yeah, Richardson is walking back, and he is frustrated. He knows. He's tapping his chest on the way out, I guess, saying, my bad, I shouldn't have been sprinting down the first baseline, but, I mean, that's not really on him.
Now running the left fielder, number 2, Shirley Towers.
That is just devastating for the Maple Leafs. Dustin Richardson is heartbroken in the dugout. And yeah, when you're 40 years old playing in the Intercounty Baseball League, those are not good injuries to have. And it all came because Dustin Richardson took an at-bat. And he is visibly upset heading back towards the Maple Leafs dugout. He's going to be out of this game. Craig Carrington is the one warming up in the bullpen for the Maple Leafs. So we'll see who comes into the game. There's been multiple people warming up in the pen. Check swing by Charlie Towers. The home plate umpire says he went around.
And looking at it, looks like it's that right leg.
Yeah, they got the trainers working on it. But I think Dustin Richardson knows when he's hurt, and he looked like he knew. Here's the 0-2. And Towers bounces one on the ground to second base. Lupton has it, and he throws to first. And a costly inning for the Maple Leafs, as it looks like they have lost their star closing pitcher to injury as he was bunting a ball down the first base line. But the Maple Leafs do lead by 2 runs. The only question now is who's coming to the game for the Maple Leafs? It was Greg Carrington who was warming up, and he's the guy on the mound right now. We'll wait till next inning to see who's coming in. Well, Greg Carrington said in an interview a couple weeks ago, he said, you know, he never really knows what his role is going to be when he comes to the ballpark every day, whether it be in the lineup as a hitter or out of the bullpen as a pitcher. And I'm not sure if he knew that this situation was going to come up so soon. Now attempting to get his first save in the Intercounty Baseball League, and Greg Carrington, effectively a two-way player this year for the Maple Leafs, started pitching in the offseason and has found some success on the mound for the Maple Leafs this year. But this is the most real situation that Greg Carrington is going to face in his pitching career in the Intercounty Baseball League so far. It's trying to lock down a save. He has a 2-run cushion. He's facing Nick Burdett with a 2-1 count. And the Maple Leafs really need this win. They've lost 5 games in a row, and they have a great opportunity to do it right here, but this is not how they thought it was going to end. This one's laced down the line, foul. Foul by a matter of feet as it hit off the wall.
And for the side of the Maple Leafs, that's just a long strike.
Yeah. So the count's 2-2.
But yeah, you talk about high stakes games. I mean, this is pretty high for the Maple Leafs because, again, they win this, they go half a game behind Brantford for that final playoff spot. They'll go up in the season series with the Red Sox.
Right, which is the tiebreaker, as you mentioned.
So it'd be massive for them to come away with this one.
2-2, hit on the ground. Jordan Castaldo has it on a nice big high hop, and he gives it to Carrington, who's covering the bag. 1 away. I mean, there could be more difficult situations that Greg Carrington could come into the game, but this is leverage right here for the brand new pitcher, Greg Carrington.
Pitcher number 12, Jeremy Villian.
So now he'll face the number 5 hitter in Jeremy Vieux.
Yeah, it was big. If the Leafs can come away with this one, they'll go up 2-0 in the season series against Brantford, with the series clincher, I guess you can say, if they win, happening on the 27th. We talk about how just important this upcoming schedule is for the Leafs and some of these games. You know, they're not out of it yet. They can still make it into a playoff spot.
Smash to center field. Back goes Connor Lewis, and he reaches up and makes a great catch. Boy, does that ever shift the momentum of the inning. Now there's 2 away, and Greg Carrington just needs 1 more out to lock down the save.
Center fielder number 22, Ethan Palos.
Not only is this a situation that Greg Carrington might not have suspected he would be in, but he learned about it with about an out to go, that he was going to be the one coming into the game. He did not have much time to warm up.
It looked like as the inning going along, he settled down a lot more.
Here's the 0-1, and it's fouled off, 0-2. Maple Leafs a strike away from breaking the streak and bringing themselves to within touching distance of the Brantford Red Sox for the last playoff spot in the IBL. The 0-2. On the ground, Dan Mara gobbles it up, whips to first in time to get the out, and the streak is broken. Greg Carrington, you have your first save in the Intercounty Baseball League, and the Maple Leafs get a much-needed win. They take it 6-4.
A massive win for the Leafs, and they're now half a game back of that last playoff spot against the Brantford Red Sox. And this upcoming schedule they have, it gets just that much more important. Phenomenal game really all around for the Leafs.
And they still have 3 more games against the Brantford Red Sox to finish out this season. So this is not over. Much more to come. And we will have more baseball for you on Wednesday right here on the Toronto Maple Leafs YouTube channel. The final score, the Maple Leafs 6 runs on 9 hits. The Brantford Red Sox 4 runs on 10 hits. And Toronto breaks their 5-game losing streak. The Brantford Red Sox have now dropped 6 in a row. We appreciate everyone watching Toronto Maple Leafs baseball on YouTube, brought to you by MNP from Thomas West and Zach Benoit. Have a great rest of your day.